Good afternoon, everyone! Kalla here, welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today, we are back with Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time we were here, I believe we met our defendant, who... he's not having a good time. I'm not sure how we're going to defend him. Considering he was the only one there when a lady got stabbed, like, right in front of him. But he claims he didn't do it, and so it's our job as his defense to believe him in that, right? Although that went so well last case. Hi Nick, it's going okay. How's it going for you? And let's get into it. Investigation part 2. Right, we got it. Not having a good time is putting it lightly. Right. We gotta find some evidence. Some evidence that indicates that someone else was here. Oh, and also, because this is great, this is Ace Attorney, I apologize in advance for any and all terrible, terrible accents that will ensue this stream. 19th of February, 2:38 PM, Briar Road. Oh, you got a job interview next week, Nick? Good luck with that. Good luck. Right. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect! So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Oh yeah, we've got a letter of introduction, don't we? Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Converse? Oh wait, not converse. This is gonna be present! Present the postcard. Oh, did we actually read this? Let's have a look. This is a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one. Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. Yeah, probably. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth? You know, I honestly have no clue how much 5 shillings is in modern day money. Well... it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. That's greasy. We're just gonna... Iris's little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. You believe it's called a bribe instead of a crime? Yeah. Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. She signs the end of her name with a heart. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. I mean, even if you had an idea of how pounds work, this is old money. This is pre-decimal. How much was a Google? So a crown was 5 shillings. A shilling was 12 pre-decimal pence. So 60 pre-decimal pence, but in today's money, Wow, this is not a, this website is not answering my question. I don't know. I don't want to look up inflation and stuff right now. But that was about £1/4. So, but what a pound was worth then compared to what a pound is worth now is going to be very different. So, Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. You don't think it'll just make him munch piping hot chips until steam pours out of his ears, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Yeah, in this context, it's probably a lot. It's a not insignificant amount of money. Wait, no. Press the wrong button. Right, okay. Present is on X. X. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once! Come on, hand it over, that's for me! Well, don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time. Oh, that's nice. She pays him for fictionalizing him. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, they're using my name without my say-so. It does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector. We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look. It's the boarded up place, isn't it? Yep. Sorry, bricked up, not boarded up. On the first floor of that house on the corner where the wreck of a bicycle's propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garrideb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure to give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. I have no idea if that's the accent I was doing for Gregson last time, because it was a while ago and I forgot. I mean, even when the streams are close together, I don't always remember what accent I was doing for characters. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely! Alright, move then? A new location has been added. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. The lodgings of Mr. Sosuke Natsume Natsume, sorry. Wow, brain. Words, please. Pronunciation. Mr. Soseki Natsume, according to the information gleaned from Inspector Gregson. Coming from me, they sound very authentic. Why, thank you. I do try. I'm not that good at London, though. I've not spent enough time there. I mean, also this is Victorian London, which is a significant amount of time ago as well. 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Why on earth does this man have a cannon? With a maid apron draped over it. Oh, there's a maid. We need a voice for the maid. How do I wanna? May I help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadab? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? Oh, so this is the landlord's apartment. That makes a lot more sense. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? Oh, she recognised that. My inner Downton Abbey. Yeah, that would be useful if I'd actually watched that show. We would like very much to ask him some questions about our client. She just keeps going. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadab. You know, speaking of Scottish, I'm starting to suspect that this guy might be. And I'm not sure about Scottish accents either. Did you see that, Miss Sasato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. That was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadab will see you now. This way. Oh, that was a picture of him in the mat. That's hair. That's some kind of hair. Okay, let's investigate this room. Right, what have we got, eh? I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garadab. Do you enjoy reading? Okay, probably not Scottish. Probably not Scottish. Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of Ranced magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garadab enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Look, I mean, if you're suggesting that Merida from Brave is good as for a reference for a Scottish accent, and you're suggesting that would anger the entire country of Scotland, I'm pretty sure my incredibly stereotypical leprechaun last case was One, the reason I'm apologising in advance. Because my Irish accent was just like, let's imagine a leprechaun. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real! I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? Bah, that's nothing more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It doesn't overkill? You know, the whole having a cannon in the house reminds me of Mary Poppins. When one of the other houses on that street has an old army general with a cannon on the roof. Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garadeb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. Yeah, I'm not sure about stirring his tea with his pipe either. Surely that's not very good for either thing. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that looked like tartan, which is why I was like, is the gentleman going to be Scottish? But given that the Irish gentleman last case, the text was very much written like that, and this guy's more of a pompous English gentleman. So... we can't look at his whiskey collection. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing? Ha! Not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying about, does it? The odd piece of memorabilia. There's a lot of memorabilia here, like that cannon. Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. I mean, speaking of memorabilia, he's got some bloody cannon shells! Look at him! Although actually, those don't look... I'm not sure if those have been fired or not. I don't know what they look like one way or the other. Actually, no. They've got their pointy bits in. Those haven't even been fired. Those are straight up shells to put in the actual cannon, I guess. Or mortar shells, maybe, not cannons. I don't know. I don't know anything about modern weaponry. Those mortar shells, they're enormous. Oh, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Ah, those old things. Couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Okay, so they have been fired. I thought most of the rounds, once they've been fired, they were missing the little pointy thing on the end. But I could be wrong. Became a bit of colourful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron, after all, usually just thrown away, I believe. Yeah, it's a good point that it would be bad if they were live ammo and on the mantelpiece, right? So apparently they are spent shells. Apparently. I thought the spent one... Oh, wait, no. Duh, there's two bits, isn't there? There's the bit that gets fired, and the bit that comes out, that gets ejected out the back, right? So one of them would be pointy, and one of them would be hollow. I think. So that's the bit that actually went places. Maybe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Yes, well. Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day when she was dusting. Oh no! Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know. Maybe reconsider throwing them away? Yeah, something about leaving the past in the past, and he's got the... You know, so if those are, like, the projectile part, you could literally shove some black powder in this thing. Then one of these. And some wadding. And you'd actually be able to fire something. Anyway, let's look at his medal. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although, it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the General would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. There appears to be a description on the medal itself, look. Let me see, it says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honours even I could be in line for. It's a participation medal. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Alright, what about this portrait of him in military dress? That portrait of Mr. Karadeb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Karadeb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is the Bolly Wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Susato-san doesn't pull her punches. Or her throws, for that matter. Yeah. Referring to all the army stuff as that. I think that's kind of just a British thing, I think. It sort of makes sense to me that he's not being all I don't really know about Bali. I should actually look that up. Because that's not slang I know. Okay, it is a euphemism for bloody. As in bloody hell. Which I guess would be kind of like darn. Now I think about it. Yeah, instead of a rude word such as bloody to express anger with something or someone. So yes, you're basically right. It's cursing but not cursing. Okay, now what on earth is this? It is a screen, okay. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem, ahem. Maybe that's not Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem, ahem. So no peeking, huh? Okay, we can't look at the thing that might be tartan. We've looked at that. What is this? Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? It looks like someone has half demolished them to me. And I can't actually see it. I guess I was supposed to move the thing by. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garadeb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally! And it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garadeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. Okay, let's actually move over. There we go. That is indeed a lot of cakes, and that some of them are kind of falling off. I think they're small. It looks like they're small cakes. Like the sorts of individual cakes you'd get from a bakery. Alright, well, what on earth is going on over here? Can't make heads or tails of this. Let's have a look. Crockery. Huh. Really? Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Is that what it is? Huh. Okay. That's a lot of broken stuff. Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. I think it'd be a little bit more broken if you fired the cannon at it. Maybe the wall as well. Yes, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. Okay, so that's that. Oh, okay, the candelabra is a separate thing. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. That old thing, yes. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcrack, really. Oh. Used it when I was studying, don't you know, for my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, still has its uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it? Well, yes, this is a fancy English gentleman. Of course everything in this room has a story behind it, Suryanosuke. A story that you can show off, starting with going, oh, that old thing, you know? Memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories. Okay, have we got anything else? The window! This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh, yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. Yes, a humble brag, that's the word. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. I don't think it's quite that bad, but still, it is cold outside. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident, then. Okay, I think that's everything except for the people involved. Good day to you. John Garrideb at your service. We've clearly done this in the wrong order because this is the greeting, but I wanted to poke around the room first. Nice to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but I had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. You think so? Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the General, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! That's it all, woman. Be careful. Oh, dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly near took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you wanted to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house. Would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Humph. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so... Eh? No. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bully nuisance is what it is. The whole neighbourhood's switching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garadab. Please do tell us. He's more into the stories than he likes to admit, right? Ah yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So you moved in very recently then? I have 2 lodges most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. There's been... Ah! That's it all, Joan. Do be careful. Oh, my goodness. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Is the maid blind? Or is the maid deliberately, like, burning his fingers to stop him saying things? If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. You think Joan is actively preventing him saying stuff as well, Nick? Right? It really does look like it, doesn't it? The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I say to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Alright, the shady lodger. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? Oh, what, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understand that neither of the lodges... I'd understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes, they're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Then, how is it you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Ah! Good grief, Joan, be more careful, woman. Also, bye-bye. Bye-bye to the bot. How does she know so that, like, when they all head to bed early? I mean, she didn't say that she goes to bed early. Well, actually, no, she did say then anyone in the house is awake. I left the end of that tea a little late, and it's a little bit cold, but oh my goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir. It doesn't add up here. The incident 2 days ago. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think we would have... no. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary, then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well... Yes? Was there something, then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing! Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Alright. Have fun, Nick. See ya later. Well, another time. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really nothing of... Ah! Joan, dash it all, what is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. This is very deliberate. That maid is so suspicious. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garadeb. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Maybe it's related to that screen over there that we can't look behind. Mr. Natsume's room. Could you tell me which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak. Yes. Told me Nats's name and asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case. We have to try. We need all the clues we can get our hands on. Shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Perhaps we'll get to go do a little dance of deduction. Move. Mr. Natsume's room. A small dark room rented by the visiting scholar from the Empire of Japan by the name of Soseki Natsume. That is indeed a lot of books, but also a cat. Well, two cats, but one of them's real. 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's room, which does not have sunlight. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Yeah, because it doesn't have a window that can even open or anything. Rather a lack of ventilation, one would say. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. Pet the cat? I mean, I will. Definitely. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere. Have you? I bet he's under a pile of books somewhere or something. No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garadeb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Examine. Right, let's go pet the cat. Cat first. Cat. Meow. Oh. Oh. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all these books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolour Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Ah, so is Mike a calico, then? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. We've also been away from Japan a lot longer than that. Oh, bye-bye, kitty. Okay. See you later. Alright, let's look at the other cat then. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous travelling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. And this guy's shorts beckon good luck to him. I was about to say, it's not like he's been having good luck. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Okay, we can't look at the gaslight. We can't look at the bag. Okay, we can look at the bin here. Full of paper. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them. In English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full, they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Okay, this is the bunch of books that the cat was behind, right? Look at all these books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. I guess Ryunosuke doesn't like reading that much. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. Ah, so reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Okay, we can't dig the cat out, huh? So that's the books. What's this? Not something we can look at. The bricked up window. Could you even call this a window? No, it's definitely just a wall now. I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. I suppose I called it a bricked up window, didn't I? So I guess, yeah, window. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So it's really just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Oh, perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. I'm guessing that the window broke and Mr. Garadev upstairs was didn't want to pay the extra money to replace the glass in one of his lodger's lodger's windows. That's my guess. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. Oh man, that sounds like the life. Sounds like the life. Just sit and read a book, stroke a cat. I mean, I would prefer to have an actual window as well, but you know. Surrounded on all sides by these towering tomes. Surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it, look. And the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the no. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. The second-hand book receipt has been entered into the court record. Second-hand book receipt. A receipt discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some books he had purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. Which I'm going to go have a look at right now. Second-hand book receipt. Your books, 17th of February, 4:45 p.m. Customer, Mr. Natsume. The sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gaborieu, Canterbury Yearnings. Okay. A kettle. Another pile of books. The other side of the room. Yep. There's Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has found a throne of books to sit upon. Let's just check. It doesn't look like there's anything else having except for this man right here. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Man, what was my Sholmes voice? Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria. Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Well, there wasn't actually a snake, but yes. Oh! Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honour to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr... Oh, no, dear madame, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Wrong way around, sir. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. Ha 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 ha! I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of no. Brain, word. Try again. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, We have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madame, I should be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. So, if the case was trivial to Sholmes, does that mean that he came in here pretending that he'd been asked to look around just so that he could read some of the books in here? Mr. Natsume's arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road? Natsume, yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies that. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Zato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato's head square in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as though the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you that I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing... There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. Oh, he dropped his books when he ran, huh? From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord. Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British institution that is service. Ha. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologise. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read so much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standings? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And as it's for try that one again. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garradeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. A dingy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Oh, window tax! Oh, it's window tax! I forgot about window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favour with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. And I suppose an effort to make themselves seem, well, I say seem rich, but they clearly are. Attempt to flaunt their riches by going, hey, look at how many windows my house has, and therefore how much money I spend. Right? How awful and unjust. Forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So, some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Did someone die here? Did the previous tenant die? Is that why? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realised, and so promptly too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Ha 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 ha! My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but... I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. No, No, I think I did get it right there. Unequivocally, yeah. Something like that. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garradeb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garradeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Examine. Yep. Just sitting in that nook again. Okay. I guess we're going back upstairs then. To the Garradeb's room. The suite on the top floor of the Garradeb household, occupied by the landlord, Mr. Garradeb, and his wife. We haven't met his wife, have we? "19th February, Mr. Garradeb's room. Ah, you pair again! Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan? Now then, why don't you tell me what— Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bully well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'll be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garradeb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, we should do some digging. Is there anything else we can— Hey! I thought I saw something appear over there. Mr. Sholmes? What's he doing over there? Mr. Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madame. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well. Keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. It's time for a great deduction. Mr. Garradab, though it would seem you're a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well the wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? He's looking at the lion. For a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garradab, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Or possibly not, because that was a question mark. Yes, though an army man, you seem unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. Sholmes? Sholmes? Don't lions come from Africa? It's tigers that live in India, right? Let's have a look. Oh no! I'm incorrect. Historically, there were lions in India. I don't know how historically that is. What? Oh! What's that on the side of his face? It looked like maybe a birthmark or something? Or a burn? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. Look, Sholmes, I doubt this guy has an actual lion in his house. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame. Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb. At Batty's Circus, a travelling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Conclusion, a rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garadeb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man! I simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that give rise to the pain you suffer. I mean, bills is definitely painful. Each evidence... No, each evidence? No, wrong word. Each envelope contains another demand for payment. Ah! For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last, unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there, which Mr. Sholmes I'm pretty sure, looking at it now, got set on fire by the candle that was missing from the candlestick on the table. That looks like fire, not something that was mauled by a lion. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madame, I am afraid it is you who have inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Not the cake stand. It's not the cake stand. It's next to the cake stand. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Why are there, like, half-eaten tarts there? Or are they designed to be that shape? I guess they're designed to be that shape. Sorry. One of them has lost a corner. Man, I want cake now. Ah! There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not said by a certain noble woman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? That would be Queen Victoria, right? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I don't think you're gonna do very well getting a lion to eat cake. I suppose there was the tiger that came to tea, right? But still. That's also a tiger. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. The lion ate the carpet? Really? I was joking. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. No. Sholmes. No. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Wow, Sholmes, I forgot. Conclusion, carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Boy. Look at that gobsmacked face. Ah! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrideb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. What, by how completely off the mark they are? Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What was it? Again. Sorry, what is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. No, it isn't. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. Maybe in fiction. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. Yeah, let's fight a lion with a cannon. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing, but I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Mr. Zato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. I guess. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling this was coming. Slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent, I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again, from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes's logic and reasoning, spectacular! Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1, Nature of the Beast. Am I going to read out Sholmes' lines again? Yes, because it's fun. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military Try that one again. Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garradeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. And that is the first mistake. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garradeb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garradeb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Okay, what else over here? Water shells? That's like the only other thing that's over here aside from the lion statue. So the water shells. These are shells for the cannon, aren't they? No, these are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them. I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garradeb from his time in the army. And of course! He mentioned a battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him. I think he'd have lost his entire knee at that point. You know. If around that size had hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Garradeb, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper. And this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. I mean, I can't say there's any rubbish on my mantelpiece, it's figures mostly. Okay, I think we're gonna go with the water shells.
Take that!
I think we are going with being on top of the mantelpiece set one off. Maybe. The true identity of the beast that tore this room apart is these shells, with their butter-wouldn't-melt accomplice, the cannon. But war is good for nothing. It brings only destruction, something we must all strive to understand. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Okay, so it's not the mortar shells. Whoops. Sorry. Wait, was there anything else over here aside from the lion statue? Well, what we do know with some certainty is that a destructive creature has been at work in this room. And that Mr. Garradeb inadvertently looked in the direction of something that gives its identity away. Yes, if we investigate thoroughly enough, we ought to find the answer. What did Mr. Garradeb turn to look at? It's here somewhere. We simply need to find it. Okay, okay. Was there anything else? Wait, a scream? No. Is that... Oh, behind the lion statue, there's something behind the... I forgot that I could turn. There we go. There we go. I forgot that I could turn the camera. Photograph frame. What's that photograph? Sorry, what's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garradeb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Wait. Is his wife... Is the maid... Mrs. Garradeb? This must have been when Mr. Garradeb was still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly and beaming a smile at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now, he's as thin as a rake. The glass is broken so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look! Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Okay, so should I be right? The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that. Newlywed bride. Yeah, you know, newlywed bride, let's go. There we go, it works this time. We got it, we got it, we got it. The true nature of the beast that's run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Garradeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honoured to be described as a beast. Honoured might be stretching a point. Too late! The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrideb. Yeah! Okay, it's a slap mark on his face, I think. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame. Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me, with one glance in your direction, it is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Or defenseless. She poured tea on that man's hand. Multiple times. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no signs of a Mrs. Garrideb anywhere. I said that when we picked the place. It's like it's the place where Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb live. But I'm like, but there's just him and the maid. But it seems there may be a clue to her whereabouts. A clue this maid is trying to hide. Hello, Ethel. Ah, so when I do the reporting, it just disappears from my view. Then the bot does it. I wonder where Mr. Garrideb's wife could be. Is it the maid? Is this his wife? Okay, that's nice to know. I can't get rid of it then because it's not appearing to me. Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that he's pretending to have a wife. Not pretending to have a wife, pretending to have a maid. I feel like this is his wife pretending to be a maid, because as we've been told, as we were told earlier, and he does indeed have a slap mark on his face. As we were told earlier, having at least one maid is a sign that you are middle class. Oh, what? Why is there a giant bullet? There's the shells for this cannon over here. Yes, I think it's a fake maid. So that he can appear to be more posh than he is. Two tightly shut eyes to avoid even the chance of a giveaway glance. Pursed lips to prevent any secrets from slipping out. Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, this is an unnervingly powerful woman, Miss Susato. It's your turn of phrase that's unnerving, Mr. Naruhodo. What a charming little teacup! Sorry, what a charming little teapot! It's in pristine condition. Juna's been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea for Mr. Garrideb, hasn't she? Well, not so much for Mr. Garrideb as on Mr. Garrideb. So the shells are apparently spent shells from when he was in the army. Although, I don't know. I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. Okay, so we have that. Okay, we can't actually look at her dress pocket. Actually, we can. That certainly does appear to be a circus handbill poking out from her pocket. Batty's Circus, currently performing shows in a park not far from here. You don't think... Surely Mr. Garradeb didn't sell his wife to the circus. Mr. Naruhodo, how could you even... No, how could you even think such a thing? I was only joking. Besides, I would have gone with, do you think he fed her to his pet lion? That's somehow worse. You're right, his hair looks like a crescent moon. He has very much been slapped recently. Ha! There we go! That's that's Mr. Garradeb's wife's ring right there. I was right. I was right. It's got a very suspicious... She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means... It's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know, Mr. Garradeb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It's kind of got a face on it as well, huh? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence they have the same ring, isn't it? Alright, we're gonna present that. For sure. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garradeb's wife in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No! You are Mr. Garradeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garradeb herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is my wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bullycock about... Ah! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, and yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Tch. I would assume, therefore, that you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you! I was 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garradeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garradeb? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please! The raging wife of Mr. Garradeb. Right, and the carpet was not gnawed on by a starving lion. It was burnt by the candle that is missing from the candlestick over there. Right? I can't imagine stirring your tea with with the mouthpiece of your pipe is any good for either of those objects. Now, Mr. Garrett, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is being revealed by that supporting arm. Now it's being revealed by the giant slap mark on his cheek. Mr. Holmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Giant slap mark on your cheek. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by someone's hand. Oh, it's by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garrideb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. Okay, present.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is being revealed by that slapped cheek. Yeah, I don't think his wife appreciates being made to pretend to be a maid. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garrideb. Oh, look at her eyes. Cute sparkly eyes. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Yeah. Seeing that face head on is something. Oh, the blazes! How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. You know, thinking about it, his face is kind of like the moon, and her face is kind of like the sun. particularly with that headdress. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. It's not the pile of bills, it's not the pile... Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife. Mr. Marahodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well... She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard it left a perfect handmark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? Because he's making her pretend to be a maid in polite company. Probably. Yeah, there's a lion statue on the fence, on the mantelpiece, but Mr. Sholmes insinuated that there was a real lion, and that it ate the carpet. Okay. Bookmark. Let's look at the bookmark. There we go. There we go. That'll be it, won't it? Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Caradeb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Look next to the signature here. Lip marks, made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. I don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Love note. Okay, that could be a reason he got slapped. Wow, there's broken plates over here too. This is the opposite side. This is the entirely opposite side of the room from where the plates were. Oh dear, this plate has been smashed to pieces. And nobody seems inclined to tidy up the mess. Perhaps it's some sort of high art? Really, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, anyone who has a candle on display in their living room is clearly a little eccentric. Yes, let's call it eccentricity. Let's look at these books. There are lots of books stacked up on the shelf here. Look. Whole novels that I've never heard of. It would appear somebody has purchased them all from a second-hand bookshop. I think Mr. Caradeb is something of a book lover. Although clearly not as much as his lodger. Okay, anyway, I'm pretty sure the thing we're presenting is a love note.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. She certainly looks angry at that, but even angry, she looks kind of cute. It's the blush, I think. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, yep, you got slapped again. But I don't know the bally woman. Oh, I'm guessing because it's a second-hand book. I guess when he bought it, the thing was already in there. You don't know her? The note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. Actually, he's claiming the thing that I just said, but also he's sweating. It was just in there, you say? That's right! That's what I've been saying! Yeah! A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? Oh, the stream died at your end, did it? It looks like it's okay at mine. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a problem. Good. Eternally pouring tea. That's right! That's what I've been saying! Yeah! unlikely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name! It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John! Ah! A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Ah! Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carries out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? Yeah, I mean, you can see that was set on fire by the candle. The candle is still there. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What should have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I am afraid it is you who have inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. No. The candlestick next to it. But surely Mrs. Garrideb didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is as a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes's deduction that we need to fix. We only need to follow Mrs. Garrideb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. I mean, I don't really need to actually even look what they say about the candlestick. It's clearly the candlestick. I'm just gonna hit it. Let's go. It's the candlestick. I knew it was the candlestick from the beginning! Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Right there. Indeed they are! The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles laden... No, yeah. Try that one again. Actually, after a drink. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder, and in seconds the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow! So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. That might explain how dirty the window is in that corner as well. Mr. Sholmes, sir! I salute you! Oh, whoa! carpet scorched by a small fire. Yeah, the little spin and all the, like, flicks with the pointing and the... I love it. I love it. It's so good. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know? Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt Ah! At least strength 16, yeah. We can go with that. Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bolly thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bolly furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. So that's what the screen is hiding. Over here, Mr. Garrideb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Ooh. No, not the books! Not the books! And all my favourite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favourite. Book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as the result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Shelms's deductions turned out to be correct once again. No, my deductions turned out to be correct once again, Susato, and you are still blinded by your hero worship. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? I'm betting it was 5 PM 2 days ago. Which means that there is absolutely no way that these two know anything about the incident that we're actually investigating. Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say so much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army men to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Ha 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 ha! Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. No, sorry. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. Alright, back to the prison. Not that we have any evidence whatsoever to exonerate the man. Apparently we're stopping on the road. On the way. 19th of February, Briar Road. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a car. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on there in front of the Garrideb's house. Oh, what on earth? Who on earth is this? Who on earth is this? Oh, goodness. Is this like a jester? Oh no. Oh no, what is that? Okay. I need a voice. I know thee not, old man, fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking niminy-piniminy? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fellow, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me? Yeah, what the... Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looks as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Tsk. Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. It ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? What's going on here? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garrideb residence? Oh, is this the ground floor lodger? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garrideb mentioned he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. I haven't quite got a voice down for this guy yet. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words, ne'er could there be. Sorry, battle, you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. Stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Is this the Victorian equivalent of, could this character beat Goku? A squeaky tone. Yeah, maybe. I don't... So, fair maiden. So, good gentleman. I only have, like, one... I don't know why I'm making him posh when he lives in a boarding house like this. Well, I guess he's pretending to be fancy. Well, he's a... So maybe? I don't know. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well! I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. If Soseki-san and that man is lodgers, the Karadeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Oh yeah, Soseki was interesting as well, wasn't he? I don't remember how he's... Yes, definitely. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. 19th of February, 6:31 PM. Local prison, cell 9. He looks like he's about to cry. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Yeah, speaking of cats, who's looking after yours, Mr. Natsume? Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese! Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, who do we think this is? Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, it's Sholmes. It's Sholmes. It's not a missing cat. We saw the cat. We tried to stroke it and it went and hid in a pile of books. It is those friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything, per se. Wait, I missed the line. Some observing... So, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home. Oh, whoops, I also missed a line again. To see how our divested friend is faring. gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Yeah, spy is pretty appropriate for Sholmes. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Sholmes, you shouldn't have been using the poor man's room as a library. Ah, you! How dare you, Hairlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned! I like how Suzato sort of turned to look at me. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And there is much truth in Mr. Visash's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the men's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Right, just a second before I do this, I need another drink. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Meet the Shrine Maiden from the earlier game. Yeah, I guess if there are. I want to present him with his receipt. I want to present him with his receipt. Hey, Mr. Natsume, you know this? We found this receipt in your room, Mr. Natsume. That's right, I went out to buy some new old books. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? It's not a contradiction in terms, it's new to him. I got water. And it was on your way back to your room that you saw the woman being stabbed? She's dead, I thought to myself. She's dead! My mind went completely blank. Before I knew it, I was back in my room, trembling like a leaf. The bookworm hoping to worm his way out of a bad situation? Of course, he dropped his books, and that's why Sholmes found him, and that's why he's here. Mr. Naruhodo, please do be careful not to think such disparaging thoughts. Could you possibly know? Stop reading my mind, Susato. Okay. Converse. Cursed trial. Excuse me. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no! Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? I mean, for some reason I am facing the Reaper of the Bailey about you, which apparently means you're gonna die regardless, but hey. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words! No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Is that 16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yes, 16 words. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Like getting locked in a carriage on fire in the middle of the courtroom. Mr. McGill did. What? Lots of Reapers these last streams, yeah. No, that would be a terrible thing to say. Now I'm gonna... I've made myself too amused now. Tis the season, one might say. I am impressed, Mr. Zato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. And Sholmes doesn't seem so convinced. Ah! Ha 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 ha! You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is? Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper. Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. So Seki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, while the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But that means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, from time to time, my dear madame, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my! Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trembled under a passing carriage, perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no, no, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed. Cursed lodgings. When you say accursed lodging, when you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garradeb's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become very nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to a room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed. Oops." He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true! It was all true! You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm... surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all? To believe. Yes. To believe. To believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why did you believe in me? I see, yes. You mean... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. Ha 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 ha! In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. Kazuma. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Yeah, we miss Kazuma and his localized breeze. Oh dear. There never is enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. Hi, Kevin. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Shomes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learnt to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one, he's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. To be continued. Whew. Save my current progress, yes. We want to be in the next one. I think I've got time today to keep going. Let's go. Let's start the trial. 20th of February, 9:23 AM. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning this country's legal practices. Learning by doing, apparently. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Who do I think is saying good morning? Is it the defendant? Good morning! Maybe. Yes. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Okay, so our defendant hasn't slept at all. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I am too terrified to tremble. You seem to be trembling pretty well, but hey. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, look at student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera, there were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? Well, I'm guessing it's because of the recent friendliness between us and Japan, right? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mrs. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. Oh, because he's back after a while, right? I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a horrifying? No, wrong word. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realised, of course, having just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane! It is the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear, I meant no offence, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. The same defendant. Musicom student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire, it's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! No, that's not how it works. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, and with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we'll always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikitaba, Esquire-S. Esquire-S? I'm not sure that's a thing. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness as long as I live. Is I think what that said. Yeah. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. All right then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. I mean, at least this client isn't as sketchy as Mr. McGilded. So, 20th of February, 10 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Hey, I think you're the arrogant guy here, Van Zieks. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Hey, he's drinking in court again. Van Zieks. It's 10 AM! It's 10 AM, Van Zieks. This is far too early. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Yeah, his design's good. Not gonna lie. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Hey, it's this guy again. You never know what might be down. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Hey, you're not impartial! Ma'am, you are not impartial! This lady should never have ended up on the jury! She should never have ended up on the jury! She has a relation to the defendant! She's the wife of his wife/maid of his landlord! I'm afraid to say, I think it rather possible that the moustached foreigner did the deed. Go on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Yeah? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Yeah, you were vaguely involved in one, weren't you, sir? Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Again. Covering the floor with crystal fragments. Again. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. The inspector. He's brought his chips to court. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarise the events of the case for the court, Inspector? I said crystal fragments because I assume it's a crystal chalice, which is, I mean, it's glass. But fancy glass. The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Thought to? I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn carriages. Carriages? No, horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the road. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated at one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. The case file has been entered into the court record. Oh, yep, we got another bot. Report. Or spam. Case file. A file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. And I'm gonna look at that. Let's have a look. What have we got? Incident report. Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location, pavements of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Alright. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. That is a folding knife. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Does that look like the one that the juror had in the last case? That he kept flicking in and out? Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The jackknife has been entered into the court record. And we're going to look at the knife. It's missing its point. It's missing its point. Is that still stuck in the lady? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right, well spotted, Miss Susato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Oh, that went away again. Meow. Meow. I don't know why I have sound effects for this. But I do. Yeah, it's just the tip of it that's the problem. On point. Really? 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 Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems as though she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
He chucked the whole wine bottle that time! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. Well, if that means you'll stop drinking while you work, then maybe that's a good thing. But also you showered the public in shards of glass and wine, which is very dangerous. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. It's not very good free wine if it comes with glass splinters. Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Oh, that was shot. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. That is indeed 3 books. And a lady with a knife in her back. Ah yes, I have seen the books as to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photograph, a photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident occurred. A large knife can be seen thrust into the victim's back. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite the overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Zato? Do you go on? Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full colour. What will the world think? What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. In fact, that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. We have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Cross-examination. So I will be right back again. I need another drink. And I'm back. Welcome back, Nick. We might be going for a little while longer. Alright, press all the things, press all the things.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fella like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to the crime have told us. Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. And we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter? It would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen... I'm vaguely unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated at night by gas street lamps. Ah. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Hello, Lewis? Welcome to the stream.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose, no less? I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yeah, Van Zieks really does look like a vampire, doesn't he? Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client's been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Press.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Excuse me. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's the wrong voice for the judge. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. I don't know. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged, fallen in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
Not seeing an opening here yet. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must. I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Okay, so the bookshop's up there. After the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. Wait! 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 I found it! I have found something I can leverage. Because I remember. Here is the book receipt. He didn't buy it from that bookshop, did he? He bought it from your books. Not Bourbon Books. Sorry, did I even say that line yet? Closest second-hand bookshop to the accuser's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meersham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Yeah, except he didn't go to that bookshop, did he, detective? Sorry, inspector. I'm the detective. Something like this. The local map's information has been updated in the court record. Ah, yes. I'm pretty sure Bourbon Books was where the landlord got his bookmark. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Wait. But I thought they caught the accused by going to the bookshop and asking who bought the books. That means they went to the wrong bookshop. What? Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point the inspector just made being the bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favour? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? I mean, I know this is what I need to present to, but I want to press. I want to press the rest of the things. So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it? That's right, that's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings. And to get from there back to his room, he would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see? Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we, haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accuser visited his shop on the day in question or not. Well, someone did. Someone asked that question, otherwise you wouldn't have got to Mr. Natsume in the first place. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. What? Of course he doesn't. The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking. Whenever he's walking about town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name. I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least. So, it's just as I thought then. Is something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. Right, we've got one last statement to press.
Hold it!
You asked for the help of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry? That Jack in office, that busybody, just comes and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Ooh, game fucking comic shop, let's head in. Yeah, I mean, kind of, me too, but... Usually notice what they're called. Maybe. I mean, it's been a while since I've been shopping in a place I don't recognise well enough, so... Well, it was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it, without my permission. I tell them time and again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your bloomin' instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rance magazine next month. I mean, they tend to sell cards in comic shops. In game shops. Right? Hobby shops. The fish and chips is being rather squeezed. You can bet your last farthing I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector. If the man is proving detrimental to the Yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him? Ah! It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. You don't like band lists, Nick? Well, if you don't like band lists, how about you get into the English side of Weisschwartz? We don't have one. Except for Batman, because they made a mistake with some printing. Well, not exactly a printing mistake, but, you know. A mistake in what is able to be used together. We do have a lot of erratas, though. Anyway, the point is this. That little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He's admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he bought that day. I mean, you guys did request a geeking out about cardboard stream at some point, right? Maybe one of these days. You didn't. Yeah. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Sorry, that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So, one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Yes, which we're gonna go do now. Bourbon books, there we go. Along with the lore video. Yeah! I really need to sit down and work on that. Where are we? Secondhand book receipt, there it is.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that it's in the opposite direction. Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves that.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Nick, it sounds like you had the same problems as I had with Yu-Gi-Oh! I couldn't keep up with the spending required. Ended up getting beaten by a lot of people younger than me who weren't spending their own money. And therefore had more of it to spend. Wherever this man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I mean, it does if he came from a different direction, Van Zeeks. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have a street map here if it might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the dependents had been returning from Bourbon books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact he was actually at another bookshop, your books, it may well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. I mean, he had although the problem is, Naruhodo-san, that he had to have passed that location to drop all his books on the floor. But, you know. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is. But I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, lawyer sir? What you just said? Absolutely. Absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? 10 out of 10 ASMR, I don't know, with some of the voices I was doing. Well, obviously we looked into that. Come on, where's Your Books? Please tell me it's like somewhere over on like Calabash Road over there or something. It turns out Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. Ah, that's not where I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be a bit further down that road so that we could justify that maybe you went another way. But I guess it's a similar distance either way he goes from there. The local map's information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Oh no, he's got a new wine bottle. And a new goblet. My learned Nipponiese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Is that a reference to the Edgeworth line? Isn't that something about not a clown but the whole circus or something? Something like that. Or is that, am I thinking of something different? Yes, thank you, Inspector. Well, he could have gone the other way. It's a similar distance, eh? Hey, did I get the right line there, Nick? Allow me to reiterate from my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. There goes another glass! Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. You know, I really hope that those glasses are, like, sugar glass. Like, prop glass. Because otherwise he's putting a lot of shards of dangerous stuff everywhere. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry. Would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Saseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but there's no way the answer is just leave it. Raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. But, Ryunosuke, Naruhodo-san, we already know from the victim himself that the lady was stabbed right in front of him and also that he dropped his books there and ran. He had to have gone the way that they suggest. I mean, I know that's not good for us, but he had to have done.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. Yeah, and sometimes it's good to go the long way around. And it's not that much longer. Yeah, Van Zeek's objections are blue and in that fancy script, because he's a fancy man. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? The man who doesn't want to be looked at by people and might want to go via narrower roads? Yeah, the scenic route! Yes! It's the scenic route. Taking the scenic route is good. I mean, not necessarily in London. Although, I guess it wouldn't... yeah. Actually, no, scenic route's good. Route through narrow streets, maybe not quite so good in London. Or any big city, really. To be fair to London, I guess. Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. Yeah, but he's already told us that he doesn't really remember, so... I've already informed the court of the accuser's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. I wouldn't say London's necessarily too dangerous. I mean, there's some places I'm not quite so comfortable walking down in the middle of the night. for instance. It feels more... London feels more dangerous and creepy than, say, Tokyo. Tokyo was very comfortable at night. London, not quite so much. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. And that day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. Flourishing bow from Van Zeeks. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? No, not the jurors. But even if that is the case... You said hold it. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... Also, what was that guy's name? I don't remember his name, but we had him last time. We members of the jury are completely convinced now. He was one of our witnesses in the last case, right? One of the ones on top of the coach. Oh dear. Weren't paying attention and wandered into the wrong part of town, huh, Nick? So yeah, fair play, that was his name, yes, fair play. Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
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 They've all got voices! Also, I still object to the fact that the defendant's landlord's wife is on the jury. I still object to this. It's not right. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Are we gonna have to bring out the fancy rule? Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, conflict of interest. That's the words I was looking for earlier. Thank you, Nick. She has a conflict of interest. She shouldn't be in this courtroom at all. It's literally one of the things they ask you when you're gonna be a juror. Do you know anyone in this case? If you do, you don't get to sit on it. Oh, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of the scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defence written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defence's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. I mean, I'm not sure we can say anything bad about Van Ziek's outfit being antiquated. We are in, like, the early 1900s. It might be okay for then, I don't know. The juror's contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese odyssey already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, well, it could only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But Bourbon books, no, not worth a visit. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. I will say, just to interject here, even if there were only two people, it doesn't necessarily mean that the defendant is guilty. To bring up another story. I don't know how familiar those of you in chat are with Sword Art Online. But the storyline, what was it? Murder in the Safe Area? Did involve a faked murder. Just putting that out there. It was in the first season, Nick. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? It's not so much a remake of the first season, but yeah, it's as an aside of Aria and the Starless Night, which was, I think, about episode 2 or 3 of the first season. And yes, I did go and see it. I did go to the cinema last week. Was it last week? To see that? It was very interesting. And GGO Alternative is very good. I will agree on that one. Len's pretty great. Anyway, let's say. How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? How do I rate the Aria movie? I think it was very good. I think it was very good. There's some things they did to it which, because I've read the progressive novels, there's some things that they did in it that have interesting repercussions for later in the story. and slight differences and things, but I thought it was very well done in the way it still mostly fits with what we already knew. I thought that was really good. But Beaufort I didn't actually finish. One of these days I want to go back to it and try and finish it. I got distracted. It was good for what I watched of it. I liked, but yeah, where was I? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, Counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Press. Press all the things. Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London for work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking about. Bruce Fairplay is a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and the young Hatter pegged as criminals. Excuse me? Conflict of interest? Conflict of interest? Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumours buzzing around. The police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Hold it!
You're right at the time of the incident. The defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing moustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Yes, number 2 is racist. I mean, a lot of the people in this courtroom are racist. Excuse me while I point at Van Zeeks, who keeps insisting on referring to me by my nationality. I could tell you what's going through my fun little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. You know, that's a good point, Nick. She could have been stabbed somewhere else and carried on until she collapsed. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. It went well. For her.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you draw on the map, you mean? No. What was my voice for him? Oh yes, like you draw on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Oh yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is this all true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is you went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case, honestly I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. The fact that he considers his place of residence cursed? Yes, a good reason. I doubt you'd be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadev, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right, although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Naruhodo-san, we already know she doesn't like the guy, she thinks he's shady. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous moustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbours are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. It'll take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah? The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a labourer like me can't afford to take time off. Sir, isn't the court paying you for your time? I mean, that's another thing I remember from being a juror myself, is that they paid you. It wasn't a lot, but you got some money every day because you had to be off of work for it. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right and centre. They're after cheap labour to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. Oh, this is relevant. This is relevant. If he's been digging up the road on the route that they say he took back, you know. What? Another coincidence? That's right, Meersham Street it was. Meersham Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then.
Hold it!
So if I understand correctly, you're a day labourer and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right, like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellows like me can actually make a few bob, and I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn till dusk, well, the work has to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. No pedestrians either, huh? I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on the street map the exact location of the works you were carrying out? Give it here, then. Let me have a look. Please be between Bourbon books and your books. Please be between Bourbon books and your books. Right, let's see then. Yes! Yes! So, now we have a reasonable reason why he would go down Calabash. Here we are, Meersham Street. Yeah, it was just here, like. It was a tidy dig, I tell you. We had to go through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. And at what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. That means the roadwork was still going on when Miss Green was attacked around 5 o'clock. Roadworks on Meersham Street, huh?
Hold it!
Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was oh! Also, let's all report the bot. Okay. This man here is wearing green. This man here is wearing green. And was walking down Calabash Road where we're pretty sure our guy was. And fell over. Just a second. Okay. That one was blonde. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Chora number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick. No, I'm quite alright now. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Before I pit them against each other, I need to take another quick break, sorry. Hitting the water hard today. Well, I mean, have you heard what I've had to be doing to my throat to do some of these? Right, so what am I supposed to do again? Right, we need to pit... Wait. So someone in green can only be the victim, but this guy fell over. Pit.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in your juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Whatever you mean, sir. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are very well aware of this. The poor young woman was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Can we really be sure of that, madame? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's accounts of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you suggesting the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man... somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that! My goodness me! Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? Yeah, we need to point out the bits about the road being shut down as well. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You would like to change your leaning, I suppose? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
And I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well...
Okay, that's 2. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Which is pitting Juror 3 against Juror 5, if I remember rightly. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Wouldn't have gone around the houses, except that he would, because he had a reason to. This reason. This reason right here.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel, explain yourself. Please, don't point, it wasn't me, I swear.
Yeah, what? I just want this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words right just now were extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there was works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavements up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that's come along had to turn back and go the other way.
Yep, that's what happens with the scales. It's, Amit. Amit is the monster that eats your heart. And you, I guess. Or was it just your heart? The weighing of the heart against the feather of truth. And if found wanting, Amit is allowed to feast. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. We see now that he had no choice. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
We are back to even. What about you, sir? Eh? Who? Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's arguments, it should be filled in. That's what I say.
See, now we're just down to the two people with personal grudges.
Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Oh, he's got another glass. No, he doesn't. Not anymore. That was a short-lived glass. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. I feel like you should stop calling those hallowed chalices if you just break them all the time. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. I'm not an entertainer, I'm a lawyer. Yeah? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, took me the whole day and they paid a measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Yes, a yard is 3 feet. 2 yards will be 6 feet. Right? Pretty sure I'm pretty sure that a yard is 3 feet. So it's 6 feet or about 2 meters. Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now. Well, after all, I mean, I'm an entertainer. But, our man Naruhodo here is a lawyer. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. Well, it's still enough that you can't use it. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigour. Van Zeeks! Van Zeeks! Excuse me. Sir. Have you ever seen roadworks in your life? They get fenced off! I mean, I don't know if they did back in the Victorian age, but you'd expect they'd get fenced off so people didn't just fall down a hole. So at that point, you can't just vault the 2 meters, you gotta go over. I declare Van Zeeks has never seen roadworks in his life. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? No! No, I don't agree. Mr. Fancy Pants Van Zeeks, who clearly spends no time on the streets at all. No! Yeah, me? Oh, okay. So, no. Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. Sir, are you saying you didn't put up safety fences around your excavation? Sir. I mean, I know that this was the 1900s, but what? And did you perhaps erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Yeah, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. Okay, right. Okay. We need to take juror number 5 and report him to the proper authorities for not doing his health and safety properly. I mean, does he really want a random pedestrian ending up in the hole he's digging in? That's dangerous to the pedestrian and to you. And to the pipes you're fixing. The shame! No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and if we just turn any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. Oh dear. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, health and safety weren't exactly a thing in Victorian times, was it? The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubts, however, that he could spring over a 2-foot trench in his meanderings around town. Look, if he meanders around and doesn't pay any attention to where he's going, he's not going to jump over a 2-meter gap, is he? He's going to fall straight in. Van Zeeks, we are talking absent-minded scholar here. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man? Old man, you can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? How is he supposed to know who was behind him? Oh, I, can't say as I remember. You don't remember? Of course he doesn't remember. He hit his head on the pavement. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Of course I can't prove it. Of course I can't prove it. It's not like you've got CCTV. Ah. Order, order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience that he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits. and they have been reached, I feel. Oh! The cape's off! The cape's off! So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord! The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions they were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. No matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing till the very end, until this battle is over. And on that note, looking at the time, I really need to go get myself some food. So, I'm going to end it here for today. So, thank you very much for coming. It's been fun. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, consider subscribing to the channel. Follow me on Twitter, that's where the schedule is posted in a pinned post, except this is the last scheduled stream of the week. So the new schedule will be up later tonight or early tomorrow. I don't know what I'm playing tomorrow yet. I haven't decided. So if you have a request, drop it in chat now. And once again, thanks for coming. And this is Kalla, signing out. See ya! Bye bye!